Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, 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 Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna 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 Krishna. Hari 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 Ram, Hari Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. 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 Hare Krish Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna 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 Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, H Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna. Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna.
Yeah, sure. Questions, first stories, every city, and there is a small drop in water. Different content from the students.
Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna. Hare 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 Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare 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 Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Jason, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare 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 Rama. Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, 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 Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna. Hare Hare Rama. Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna Krishna. Hare 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 Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna. 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna.
Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Radha Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Dhira.
Madhya Lila, Chapter 17. All glories to Lord Gaurasundar, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and all glories to Lord Nityananda, the embodiment of the highest mood of devotional service. The narrations of pastimes in Madhya Kanda are a cascade of nectar that can wash away the contaminations of faithlessness within. Lord Chaitanya continued his non-stop kirtans, although his true identity remained undisclosed to common men. When he went about the town, the people were stunned by his exquisite looks. They thought he might be Cupid. People also thought that his demeanor was arrogant. The atheists and logicians felt he paid little attention and respect to the scholars holding titles. Walking about in a carefree manner, he associated mostly with his devotees. The atheist would say to Lord Chaitanya, "O Nimai Pandit, as your friends, we advise you to be careful, because the king might summon you to his court any day now. The people do not see you, but hear your night-long kirtans and because of that their sleep is being disturbed, and they curse you and send reports against you. Naturally, the king believes the people. Lord Chaitanya replied, "Let it be so. Let your words come true. It has been my wish to see the king. I have studied all the scriptures since childhood, and no one inquires from me on any subject, considering me to be too young and immature. I do not usually meet anyone who is wanting to meet me, and so if someone is wanting to have audience with me, I am indeed pleased." The atheist sarcastically continued, "The king is a Muslim. He will not engage himself in a scriptural debate. He will want just to hear your kirtan." The Lord just ignored them and went home. The Lord said to his devotees, "Let us perform kirtan. I feel discontent because I have spoken to atheists today." The Lord of Vaikuntha, Nimai Pandit, began to dance, and all his associates danced around him. Suddenly stopping everything, Lord Chaitanya spoke hesitantly, "Oh, my dear brothers, today everything I do lacks loving ecstasy. Maybe it is due to my having spoken to atheists, or is it that I have offended you? In which case, kindly forgive me and resuscitate my withering soul." The greatly blessed Advaita Acharya, who was dancing, grimaced and plainly said, "How will you feel ecstasy? Nada has drained all out of you. Neither me nor Srivas Pandit can get this love of Godhead, but low-class millers and gardeners are relishing the exchange of love and devotion with you. Even Avadhuta Nityananda is also a recipient of your love, but not me or Srivas Pandit. We have been downgraded and made non-eligible for your love, but this Avadhut came from nowhere and became the storekeeper in charge of the storehouse of love of Godhead. Listen to me, my Lord. If you do not give me this love of Godhead, then I shall suck from you all the love, and then I cannot be blamed for it." Advaita Acharya is always intoxicated with love for Lord Chaitanya. Therefore, he is unmindful of what he says or does. He is an expert in enunciating the fame and glory of Krishna's devotees. He is the property of the Vaishnavas. They can sell him where they want. Such is the degree of his surrender to the Vaishnav devotees. It is not surprising to hear Advaita's words to Lord Chaitanya, for he is a devotee of such a stature that he can purchase even Krishna with his loving devotion. Lord Chaitanya arranges in so many ways for his devotees to advance in spiritual life. Who can understand his mercy and his ways of chastising? The Lord felt empty within, devoid of love of Godhead, and Advaita Acharya clapped his hands and danced. Lord Vishvambar heard Advaita Acharya speak, but did not reply. Right then he left the house, closing the door behind him. Lord Nityananda and Haridas Thakur went, hurrying after him. The Lord was brooding over the fact that if he was devoid of love of Godhead, then what would be the use of maintaining his body? So he plunged into the waters of the Ganga. Lord Nityananda and Haridas Thakur almost simultaneously jumped into the water. Swimming swiftly, Nityananda caught the Lord by his hair, and Haridas firmly gripped his feet. They brought Lord Vishvambar to the safety of the river banks. The Lord inquired of them, "Why did you capture me? What is the necessity of prolonging this lifeless soul which has no love of Godhead, Krishna? You have committed a mistake." Both Nityananda and Haridas were shaking with anticipation as to what may occur next. Lord Gaurachandra, looking at Nityananda, said, "Why did you catch me by the hair?" Nityananda replied, "Why were you trying to commit suicide?" Lord Chaitanya said, "I know you are always engrossed in love of Godhead." Lord Nityananda replied, "O Lord, please forgive everything. The person you could have easily perished is the person you are trying to give up your life for. Your devotees have spoken to you harshly out of loving insolence, and just for this reason must you go away from us, your servitors, you who are their most precious life?" Lord Nityananda, who was always relishing Lord Chaitanya's love, spoke this with a voice full of flattery, and tears filled within his eyes. Lord Chaitanya means everything to Lord Nityananda. The Lord said, "Listen carefully, Nityananda and Haridas. Do not disclose to anyone that you have seen me. If anyone inquires, then tell them you do not know anything about my whereabouts. I will remain here in hiding. If you do not follow, what I say, then I am not responsible for the consequences." The Lord then went to Nandanacharya's house. The two of them did not reveal any of these facts to anyone, being bound by the Lord's desire. The devotees were in a state of painful shock when they did not receive any news of the Lord. They took shelter of Lord Krishna. They were torn apart by separation from their Lord, which was burning up their minds and hearts. The devotees felt as if thunderstruck, especially Advaita Acharya was ravaged by the tremendous sense of guilt. Feeling intense separation from the Lord, he went home and began to fast without hearing his name. The other devotees also went back to their homes, their hours darkened by deep sorrow, but ensconced within their hearts was their precious treasure, the Lord's lotus feet. The Lord entered Nandanacharya's house and sat on the throne of Lord Vishnu. Nandanacharya felt that his house was now most blessed by the Lord's presence. He fell flat to the ground to offer obeisances to the Lord. He immediately brought fresh new clothes to the Lord, and Lord Chaitanya changed out of his wet clothes into the new ones. Nandanacharya then decorated the Lord with the deity's flower garlands, sandalwood paste, scented oils, and brought him chewing betel leaf and camphor. The Lord enjoyed these offerings made by his pure devotee with loving surrender, and forgot his aching heart. The Lord said, "O Nandanacharya, kindly hear me. I want you to hide me here." Nandan replied, "My dear Lord, that is almost an impossible task. Where in this entire creation can you hide? You could not remain hiding within the hearts of living entities, but were made to appear in person by your pure devotees. One who could not hide, lying in the middle of the vast milk ocean, how can he hide in the middle of this congested human inhabitation?" Lord Chaitanya smiled, appreciating Nandanacharya's words, and he passed the night in his house. Nandan was indeed very pious and fortunate. He conversed with the Lord the whole night long with the greatest of pleasure, divining topics of Lord Krishna and his pastimes. As if in a short moment the night was gone, and as the Lord looked out, he saw the first faint light peeping through. At first the Lord was chastising Advaita Acharya in his mind, but later he felt very compassionate towards him. Lord Chaitanya instructed Nandanacharya, "Bring Srivas Pandit here alone." Nandan immediately left for Srivas Pandit's house and brought him back with him to the Lord's presence. Srivas Pandit broke down in tears of love as soon as he saw Lord Chaitanya. The Lord spoke to him ever so kindly. "Do not worry any more. Now tell me, how is Advaita Acharya?" Srivas Pandit, after describing the critical conditions of the devotees, said, "And here is more news. Advaita Acharya is on fast since yesterday, and is somehow continuing to live, as his body is still there. He is exceedingly afflicted. Be merciful to him, my Lord, and appear before him in person. If this concerned someone other than Advaita, I would not feel responsible. But I know that you mean everything to him. Without you, my Lord, our lives are dark and gloomy. What is the reason we suffer such excruciating pain of separation? Your leaving us is far more than a harsh chastisement, so now kindly return and give us your mercy." Srivas's words made him feel supremely compassionate, and he went to see Advaita. The Lord saw Advaita in a state of abysmal gloom and thinking of himself as the worst offender. He felt that he had become overtly proud from receiving the Lord's special grace, and now by this punishment from him he was shaking all over his body. This pitiable sight of Advaita's condition softened the Lord's heart, and he spoke to him benignly. "O Advaita Acharya, get up and see. I, Vishvambar, have come to see you." Feeling ashamed, Advaita remained silent, and in intense love for the Lord, he just meditated on his lotus feet. Again, Lord Chaitanya addressed him, "Rise up, Advaita. Discard your mood of discontentment and go about doing your normal routine." Advaita Acharya replied, "O Lord, now you have made me do something. All that you speak about me are superfluous phrases. This boosts up my pride, leading me to the path of hell. You have allowed every other devotee to develop a healthy mood of servitorship to you, but to me you show your reverence. You say that I am your servant, but in your mind you harbor some other idea. You are my life, treasure, body, mind, you are everything to me, yet you cause me pain. Of course, that is the prerogative of your supreme position. My dear Lord, I just pray to you for one thing. kindly allow me to serve you as your eternal servant, and give me shelter at your lotus feet, as you would to a maidservant's son." Hearing Adwaita's words, Lord Chaitanya spoke as all the Vaishnavas listened. The Lord said, "Listen, Adwaita Acharya, I will tell you the truth. Please look at an example drawn from ordinary life. When the king's officer arrives at the palace, the guards at the door make a request. If he sees the king, the officer gets the money and gives the people their wages. The officer requests the king, and on the king's order he pays the wages to the people. To the officer, the king may give the burden of governing the kingdom, or if the officer commits an offense, the king may, with his left hand, punish him. In the same way, Lord Krishna is the supreme king, the king of the kings of kings. The creator Brahma and the destroyer Shiva are both his servants. Lord Krishna gives them the power to create, and he gives others powers also. If Lord Krishna punishes them, no one can criticize him. The demigoddesses headed by Lakshmi and the demigods headed by Shiva are all subject to be punished by Lord Krishna. Still, Lord Krishna always forgives the offenses of his servants. When he sees someone commit an offense, Lord Krishna gives punishment. Birth after birth, you are Lord Krishna's servant. This I tell you. Rise, bathe, and perform your worship. Don't worry. Take your meal." Adwaita Acharya became elated. The servant felt happy hearing about his punishment from his master. Adwaita said, "Now I can say, you are my Lord and Master." And he began to dance, clapping his hands. He was overwhelmed with joy, being assured of the Lord's shelter, and he forgot his previous sorrows. The devotees became very happy, and Nityananda Prabhu and Haridas Thakur began laughing. Those who are unfortunate are deprived of relishing this nectarian pastime of the Lord. Adwaita Acharya is Lord Chaitanya's eternal servitor. Anyone who considers Adwaita's spiritual wealth and position as the Lord's servant to be meager and low is in illusion. One should not diminish the significance and standing of a servant of the Supreme Lord, because the Lord never elevates anyone to the position of his servitor until that person has sufficient spiritual realization to attain that transcendental platform. A person first attains liberation, thus breaking the bonds of the materialistic concepts of life. Only then does he become eligible to be a servitor of Lord Krishna. This has been delineated by the great acharyas who have commented upon Srimad Bhagavatam and other Vedic literature. They all describe the transcendental pastimes of the Supreme Lord Krishna. The pure devotees of Krishna are all invested with his spiritual potency, and if anyone commits any offenses, Krishna mercifully punishes him to rectify him. Those devotees who are narrow-minded and bigoted start fighting over petty matters. This is a serious deviation from the path of spiritual realization, and so a real knowledgeable devotee will refrain from taking sides in such disputes. Pure devotion means someone who has no doubt that Lord Gaurachandra is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Others who doubt this are faithless. Their devotion is impure, which will lead them ultimately to degradation. Such faithless persons sometimes play the part of a guru collecting disciples, having the intelligence of asses and foxes, and instruct them to think that the guru is equal to the Supreme Lord himself. Those who possess the power to create, maintain, and annihilate this material cosmos are certainly not greater than a pure devotee of Lord Chaitanya. One of the best examples of such devotees is Lord Balaram. Although he is the support of the entire cosmic creation, he is still a perfect devotee of Lord Chaitanya. All glory to Lord Nityananda Haladhar, by whose mercy one is able to glorify Lord Chaitanya. Only he can bless one to develop attachment for Lord Chaitanya. All the pastimes I am narrating is possible due to his potency. One thought I always cherish in my mind is that my Lord and Master Nityananda Prabhu is the servant of Lord Chaitanya. Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda Prabhu are my life and soul. I, Vrindavan Das, humbly offer this song at their lotus feet.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
Madhya Lila, Chapter 18. All glory to Lord Gaurachandra, the benefactor of the world. Kindly offer your lotus feet to be cushioned deep within my heart. You are the life and soul of Lord Nityananda and Swarup Damodara Goswami. You are the abode of all excellences and the protector of your devotees. All glory to you and your devotees. One attains the highest perfection, love of Godhead, by hearing the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya, as he gradually unfolded the transcendental mystery of the congregational chanting of the Lord's holy name. Kindly hear those narrations of Madhyakanda attentively, as it reveals the pastime of Lord Vishvambar dancing, dressed as Lakshmi Devi, goddess of fortune, and the eternal consort of Lord Narayan. One day, Lord Vishvambar told his devotees that he wanted a dance drama arranged. He called for Buddhimanta Khan and instructed him, "Prepare a stage for a dance drama and get the costumes. Conch shell, bangles, braziers, silk sari, ornaments, and other items for everyone. Gadadhar Pandit will play the role of Rukmini Devi, and Brahmananda will play her old lady companion Suprabhat. Nityananda will play my old grandmother, and Haridas will play the guard responsible to wake everyone up. Srivas will be Narada Muni. Sriram will be the Brahman who is returning from his bath, and Shriman insists on being the torchbearer. So, Buddhimanta, quickly go and arrange all. I want to dance." Sadashiva Buddhimanta became very enlivened and happily went off to make the necessary arrangements. He pulled out the canopy made in Katia just for such occasions and built a nice enclosure and stage. He also brought the different costumes and placed them before the Lord. Lord Vishvambar was pleased with the costumes, and he said, "Today I will dance as the potency and consort of the Supreme Lord. Only those who are in control of their senses may enter the house and see the performance. Others are not to enter." At first, when they heard that Lord Vishvambar will dance as Lakshmi Devi, they were excited and happy. Later, when the Lord repeated the conditions, the Vaishnavas became depressed in spirit. The first person to react was Advaita Acharya. He drew a line on the floor and said, "I cannot see the dance today. I come under the category of persons with uncontrolled senses, so I have no business seeing the dance." Srivas Pandit joined in, saying, "Yes, I feel the same way too." Lord Chaitanya gave a short laugh and said, "If you do not come, then for whom am I to dance?" Lord Chaitanya, the supremely scintillating actor, reviewed his instructions and said, "All of you do not worry. Today you will be like the most perfected and self-controlled yogis. You will not be attacked by delusion seeing my dance." Advaita Acharya and Srivas Pandit became merry again with the other Vaishnavas, and all followed the Lord to Chandrasekhar Acharya's house. Mother Sachi Devi accompanied Lakshmi Priya. The relatives of all the Vaishnavas also went to attend Lord Chaitanya's dance performance, which they heard would be unique, seeing Lord Chaitanya as Lakshmi Devi. Chandrasekhar Acharya was indeed a very fortunate soul to have Lord Chaitanya reveal such an unprecedented pastime in his house. Lord Chaitanya sat down with all the devotees and allocated different roles to them. Advaita Acharya, with folded hands, inquired repeatedly, Which role do you want me to play? The Lord replied, All the roles are at your disposal. Choose any one you like. Advaitacharya was at a loss as to which role to play. He made the usual grimaces and danced about, floating on clouds of ecstasy. The other Vaishnavas began a jubilant, melodious Krishna Kirtan led by Mukunda, who sang with a clear, charming voice, Rama, Krishna, Hari, Gopal, Govinda. First to enter the drama arena was Haridas Thakur, dressed as a guard, flourishing a full-grown, flowing mustache, a turban tied around his head, and a piece of cloth tied tightly around his waist. With an ominous-looking stick, he warned everyone, Hear now, hear now. My brothers, look sharp and sit up. The Lord and Soul of the universe, Sri Chaitanya, will now dance as Lakshmi Devi. He wriggled his stick and paced about. His body haripilated into loving sentiments for Krishna and stirred in others the same spiritual emotions. With a loud and arrogant voice he declared, Worship Lord Krishna, render service unto him, and chant his holy names. The devotees broke out in peals of laughter, seeing this new appearance of Haridas, and asked, Who are you? What are you doing here? Haridas Thakur replied, I am a guard in Vaikuntha. I travel everywhere continuously to awaken Krishna consciousness in everyone. Accepting the role and costume of Goddess Lakshmi, the Supreme Lord will now dance. He will freely give away pure love and pure devotional service. All of you, please accept this gift with great care. After speaking these words and twirling his mustache, he and Murari Gupta walked about and made their exit. Haridas and Murari Gupta were both dear devotees of Lord Krishna. They were filled with ecstatic love. Staying within their bodies, Lord Chaitanya enjoyed pastimes. Soon Srivas Pandit entered the arena dressed as Narada Muni, looking very joyful. He had a long white beard. His body was decorated with little dots of sandalwood paste. He was carrying the veena hung over his shoulders and holding kusha grass in his hands. He looked about himself, standing in the middle of the arena. Ramai Pandit followed him in with a folded sitting mat under his arms, holding a renunciate's water pot. Ramai spread the mat for Narada to sit. It was as if Narada had appeared in person. The devotees were impressed with Narada's makeup and laughed in appreciation. But Advaita spoke up in a loud, grave voice. Who are you and what brings you here? Srivas replied, Listen carefully to my narration. Narada is my name. I am a singer. I sing about Krishna, and I travel the length and breadth of this unlimited cosmos. I went to Vaikuntha in search of Krishna, and there I was informed that Krishna has come to Navadvip. There I noticed that the houses were empty and practically no one was in sight. I could not remain in a deserted place, even if that was Vaikuntha, so I remembered my Lord and came here. Today my Lord is dancing here dressed as Lakshmi Devi. That is why you find me here. When Srivas finished speaking, the Vaishnavas had no doubt that in speech, looks, action, and character, Srivas was the same person as Narada. The devotees greeted him with loud applause. Mother Sachi was sitting with the other pious and pure ladies, drinking the nectar of Krishna consciousness that flowed freely in the play. She asked Malini Devi, Is that the Pandit, your good husband? Malini replied, Indeed, it is so. Sachi Devi is the mother of the universe. She marveled at Srivas Pandit's present appearance, and feeling uncontrollable joy, she fell down unconscious. Everyone was feeling amazed at this wonderful sight. The ladies around her chanted Krishna's name into her ears, and slowly she regained consciousness. Then, remembering Krishna, Govinda, she became again spiritually restless, making it difficult for the ladies to hold her still. Inside and outside the house, people were moved by wonderful spiritual emotions, and they wept, oblivious of everything. Inside the dressing room, Lord Vishvambar had finished dressing, and suddenly he was overcome and captured by the emotions and moods of Rukmini Devi. The Lord forgot himself, thinking and feeling like the princess of Vidarbha, Rukmini Devi. He wanted to write a letter to Krishna for help, The tears that rolled down his cheek became his ink. Mother Earth, the paper, and his finger, the pen. He wrote down the 7th verse of Rukmini Devi's letter to Krishna from the Srimad Bhagavatam. Those who were present read the words with moistened eyes. So now hear the explanation of this verse by which the Supreme Lord becomes one's husband, the only beloved and protector. Lord Chaitanya started speaking with the emotion and mood of Rukmini Devi. He said, "O my matchless beauty, when I heard of your qualities, all the material miseries that set me on fire were extirpated. The sight of your charming face is the rarest treasure in the world. Only those who are given the eyes to see this wonderful sight by the Lord's mercy are able to see. O lion-hearted Yadu King, your fame has fanned my heart's desire to reach out to you. Which chaste maiden in this universe can resist the attraction of your lotus feet if she once has the opportunity to worship you? In your absence, erudition, aristocracy, character, wealth, beauty, behavior, and house all seem empty and futile. O Supreme Lord, forgive me for my shamelessness, but I cannot refrain my yearning heart from rushing out to meet you. Thus I have earned your lotus feet, and I offer my mind, intelligence, my very life to you. Now kindly make me your maidservant by accepting me as your wife. Let it not be my fate to be the object of Shishupal's pleasure. O Lord, let me become your property, so that what is meant for the lion may not be usurped by the jackal. If I have truly worshipped the gods, performed austerity, honored the Brahmins and Guru, and served the lotus feet of Achyuta, Vishnu, then let the Lord, who holds the mace, become my eternal master, and that Shishupal be driven out of my life forever. This is the only favor I ask of you. Tomorrow I am supposed to wed this Shishupal, so come immediately without delay. At first remain secretly near the palace, in hiding. Then enter the palace assembly with your army. You must take me from the midst of such kings as Chedi, Shalva, Jarasandha, with valor and might. This is the opportunity to show off your Kshatriya pride and strength, because your wife is not meant to be desecrated by Shishupal. You have to kidnap me from amongst my friends and relatives, so you must be careful not to harm them. I have a plan how this can be accomplished, and I place it for your approval at your lotus feet. It is customary in our family that the bride-to-be visits the temple of Durga Devi on the day prior to her marriage. This is the best chance for you to kidnap me, but without hurting my friends. Forgive me, my lord, if I sound offensive. The dust of your lotus feet covers all the demigods and goddesses. Even Lord Shiva desires to cover his body with this dust, and if you do not offer me the same as a token of your mercy, then I will surely take an oath to quit this body. O my lotus-eyed Lord, please listen. I am willing to go through as many lifetimes as required, but I must receive the dust of your lotus feet. You have heard carefully. O Brahman, now run swiftly to Krishna with this message, and beg him on my behalf. Thus the Lord manifested Rukmini's mood and emotions, making the devotees sometimes weep and at other times laugh. All this was happening under the influence of love of Godhead. Chandrasekhar's house reverberated with jubilant sounds of Lord Hari's name. Haridas continued his duty as the guard to wake up everyone, and Srivas Pandit, playing Narada Muni, continued dancing. The first scene ended on this merry note. The second scene commenced with Gadadhar Pandit entering the arena with her old lady companion, acted by Brahmananda. Brahmananda was so well costumed that he was unrecognizable in his role as the old lady, with a stick in one hand and a basket clamped under the other arm, a net-like cloth draping over her shoulders. Haridas inquired, "Who are you?" Brahmananda replied, "Mathura is our destination." Srivas Pandit probed further, "Who are your husbands?" Brahmananda rallied, "Why must you know that?" Srivas said, "Is it not proper to ask?" Brahmananda simply said, "Yes, yes, and shook his head. Gangadas said, "Where will you stay today?" Brahmananda replied, "Why, will you give us a place?" Gangadas said, "That is a big request. No need for further discussions. You should move out of here." Advaita Acharya said, "What is the necessity for such interrogations? Others' wives are to be respected as the mother, so why then are you speaking in this manner? My lord is extremely fond of singing and dancing, so dance here and you will receive handsome rewards." Advaita Acharya's words were soothing to Gadadhar Pandit, and being encouraged and pleased, he began to dance. He was dressed as Rama, Lakshmi Devi, and his dancing was enrapturing, and the devotees sang appropriate songs in accompaniment. The devotees were unable to remain still, moved to tears by Gadadhar's ecstatic dancing. Gadadhar's tears of love of Godhead cascaded down to be received gratefully by the more than fortunate Mother Earth. It was as if Ganga Devi in person had appeared. Indeed, she is the transcendental internal potency of Lord Krishna. Lord Chaitanya so often said, "Gadadhar is my wife from Vaikuntha." Those who were present in that assembly, both the performing artists as well as the audience, were enraptured in love of Godhead by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. Lord Hari's name was being chanted loudly all around, accompanied by weeping in loving ecstasy. Gadadhar Pandit, steeped in the mood of a gopi, danced and danced. Just then Lord Vishvambar entered the arena, dressed as the original pleasure potency of the Lord, Radharani, and in front, Lord Nityananda, as the old grandmother, Purnamasi, walked slightly bent, looking shrewdly about her. Her whole demeanor exuded ecstatic love for Krishna. They were greeted from the Vaishnava assembly with loud, jubilant applause. It was impossible to recognize Lord Chaitanya, as he had dressed himself very well and was looking most charming. The viewers saw just two ladies, the elderly lady played by Nityananda Prabhu and the young enchantress played by Lord Chaitanya. Nothing indicated their actual identities. The audience tried to guess that one of them must be Lord Chaitanya, but they were not exactly sure which one of the two. They started wondering, had Rama just now appeared out of the ocean? Or was this Sita Devi, the consort of Lord Ramachandra? Maybe she was Mahalakshmi, the eternal consort of Lord Narayan. Or was she the life of Lord Shiva, Parvati Devi? Or was she the most precious gem of Vrindavan, Srimati Radharani? Or Ganga Devi, or Mahamaya? So each one imagined according to their belief without recognizing the Lord. Persons who had known the Lord since birth were also fully deceived. What to speak of other people being deceived? Even Mother Sachi Devi failed to recognize her own son. She said, "She must be Lakshmi Devi herself, come here to dance." The consort and pleasure potency of the Lord, Srimati Radharani, is inconceivable. Lord Hari, the Supreme Lord himself, is now playing her part. This bewitching form of the Lord's potency and consort had put Lord Shiva and Parvati Devi into this same delusion. Yet presently, the assembled Vaishnavas did not experience this same indecision because of the Lord's special grace upon them. He showed his unlimited compassion on the Vaishnavas like a mother tending her young ones. All the devotees felt that she was their mother on a visit from the spiritual realm. Their exaltations were unreserved and made them forget themselves. Advaita and all the devotees were swept away on waves of spiritual bliss and love of Godhead, seeing their beloved Lord dressed in the role of Lakshmi Devi. Lord Vishvambar, as Lakshmi Devi, was the universal mother. And as she danced, being overtaken by different emotions, singers sang appropriate songs complementing the Lord's moods. The devotees could never discern with certainty what and whose spiritual emotions were being manifest in the Lord's dancing. When the Lord suddenly asked, "O Brahman, has Krishna arrived?" Then they understood that the Lord is Rukmini Devi, the princess of Vaikuntha. When cascading tears decorated the Lord's emotions, then the Vaishnavas seemed to think that the Lord was Ganga Devi in person. And when the Lord laughed with ear-splitting peals, they assumed that he was the ferocious form of Mahamaya, Durga Devi. At times when he danced, swaying and spinning like a drunken lady, they thought that he was Revati, wife of Lord Balaram. Another time, when the Lord said, "O grandmother, come let us go to Vrindavan." The Vaishnavas guessed that he was none other than a gopi from Vrindavan. When the Lord sat on the deity's throne, the Vaishnavas recognized him as the powerful goddess controller of the material nature, Durga Devi. One by one, the Lord played the roles of his different eternal potencies. Besides performing this transcendental pastime for everyone's pleasure, the Lord simultaneously gave spiritual instructions through them. That no one should at any time criticize or diminish the position of his energies manifested in the many demigods and goddesses. By showing proper love and reverence to them, one strengthens his devotion and love to Krishna. Lord Krishna is unhappy if his devotees, the demigods and goddesses, are offended. Krishna becomes very content if he is offered worship along with his energies and associates. These instructions of the Supreme Lord are the absolute truth. Only the impious are unable to receive and implement them. The Lord's dancing completely captivated everyone's mind and heart. Whether someone was singing in accompaniment or just listening and seeing his dancing, they experienced sublime joy. Spontaneous tears of love of Godhead rained from the eyes of all the assembled Vaishnavas. The Lord looked with great pleasure upon his devotees, who were like honeysuckle bees attracted by the nectar of his lotus feet. The devotees always desired to stay near the Lord and were very happy in his association. The Lord displayed all the ecstatic devotional symptoms like shivering, perspiring profusely, horripilating, and weeping simultaneously as he danced, holding Lord Nityananda's hand. Sriman Pandit stood in front holding a lamp, and Haridas went around calling everyone's attention. Just then, Lord Nityananda fell to the ground unconscious, unconcerned about his grandmother's costume and his role as Purnamasi. He was overwhelmed by Krishna's love. The devotees looked on in amazement at this wonder, and they themselves became restless with ecstatic feelings. They began to weep, feeling the overpowering influence of Krishna's love. All this was being done unseen by Lord Gauranga, as some devotees rolled on the ground, others embraced each other, and still others wept loudly in great joy. Lord Chaitanya, at this juncture, took hold of Gopinath and sat down with him on Lord Vishnu's throne, manifesting once again the mood of Mahalakshmi. As the devotees stood around him with folded hands, he said, "Chant prayers to glorify me." The devotees, discerning the Lord's mood, offered their eulogy. Some recited prayers to Lakshmi Devi, others to Chandi Durga, each according to his own realization. All glory to the Universal Mother, Mahamaya Devi. Kindly give the shelter of your lotus feet to the miserable and suffering living entities. You are the controlling mistress of the entire material system, and you appear in every millennium to uphold the principles of religion. Even Lord Brahma, the creator, Lord Vishnu, the maintainer, and Lord Shiva, the destroyer of this material cosmic structure, are incompetent to fully describe your unlimited potencies, what to speak about others. You are the personification of this material nature and the possessor of all energies. You are faith, compassion, shame, and the embodiment of pure devotion to Lord Vishnu, Krishna. So all branches of learning are your multifarious manifestations. The Vedas describe you as the original energy. You appear to be within this material nature consisting of the three modes, because you are its cause. In fact, you are always situated in a transcendental position. Even Lord Brahma is unable to fathom you. You are the eternal, never-changing, original supreme energy, the shelter and resting place of all living beings. The Universal Mother who sustains everyone, being matchless and unrivaled.
What color is that?
You are the life-sustaining water, and one can sever the bonds of material existence by remembering you. You appear also as the Blessed Mother, Lakshmi, the eternal consort of Lord Narayan, in the homes of the pious and righteous. But to the sinful you manifest as all-devouring death. You are the creator and maintainer of this gigantic cosmos, and the living entities who ignore you, not offering you worship, are punished by the threefold miseries. You inspire pure faith in the devotee. Kindly shelter me in the shade of your lotus feet. Your illusory potency has kept the entire creation in a trance, and if you do not protect me, then who will? Your appearance in the material world is to deliver the living entities. Kindly make the suffering conditioned souls into your eternal servants. You are the object of Lord Brahma's prayers. By remembering you, one attains all perfection. With these chosen phrases, the Vaishnavas propitiated Lord Chaitanya, now in the guise of Mahalakshmi. Then prostrating themselves repeatedly before the Lord, they again began to pray to him. O Mother, we are all surrendered to you. Kindly look upon us graciously, so that we may remain with fixed minds at your lotus feet. A wave of joy swept over the devotees, and they raised their arms and began to weep. The ladies were also caught up in this joyous wave, and they joined in with tears of bliss, drowning Chandrasekhar's house with unlimited happiness. When everyone was thus engrossed in such spiritual merriment, night had crept in stealthily and had left as well, unnoticed by the Vaishnavas. Suddenly the brilliant sunrise greeted them. They realized that the whole night had passed in singing and dancing, but now the dancing had come to an abrupt stop. The devotees looked around, perplexed, and then began to bitterly regret the passing of the wonderful night. The grief-laden eyes of the Vaishnavas that looked at the intruding morning sun would have turned it to ashes, if not for the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. The devotees and the ladies were weeping in great anguish and throwing themselves on the ground. Vaishnava ladies are not to be considered in any way inferior, but are in fact partial expansions of Narayan's potency. They could not be consoled, for the night that they had just passed in such sublime ecstasy was gone. They all fell at Sachi Devi's feet. Pure devotees are easily moved to tears because of their complete absorption in Krishna's pure devotional service. The devotees lamented, "Oh, why did this night have to end? Why is Krishna depriving us of this sublime nectar?" When Lord Chaitanya saw that the Vaishnavas were grief-stricken, he felt compassion for them. Just as a mother feels affection for her son, Lord Chaitanya felt that same motherly affection for his devotees. The Lord called everyone one at a time, and as a mother breastfeeds her infants, so he breastfed the devotees with milk by his mystic potency. The Supreme Personality of Godhead now accepted the role of his devoted energies. Lakshmi Devi, Parvati, Narayani, the Universal Mother. The Lord proved right his own words recorded in the Gita. I am the Father of this universe, the Mother, the Support, and the Grandsire. These devotees, who could happily suck this extraordinary milk from the Lord, are eternally liberated souls. Their good fortune is immeasurable. As they drank the milk, their acute feeling of separation dissipated, and once again they were intoxicated with sublime joy. The Lord's pastimes are eternal and are perpetually happening without interruption. They simply manifest at a certain time and then disappear by the Lord's will, just as it is explained in the Vedas. The Supreme Lord of Lords, Vishvambar, manifested such wonderful pastimes in Navadvip. The most precious knowledge of the Vedas was exposed in Lord Chaitanya's dancing as the Gopika of Vrindavan. And Lord Nityananda accompanied the Lord as the elderly grandmother Purnamasi. Sincerely hearing these narrations will result in immediate loving attachment for Lord Krishna. Lord Nityananda supported in every respect the moods of Lord Chaitanya as he danced as a gopi. One who is devoid of devotional feelings will never relish such spiritual exchanges. One must be graced by Lord Krishna. Only then can one comprehend the real absolute identity of Lord Nityananda. One may consider Lord Nityananda as a yogi, or an experienced philosopher, or a great devotee. Or, due to a lack of spiritual realization, one may even doubt that Lord Nityananda is dearmost to Lord Chaitanya. Still, I pray that the lotus feet of my Lord be ever situated on the throne of my heart. But in spite of my Lord Nityananda being so merciful, if he is criticized, then I kick that wretched sinner on the head. These topics, as narrated in the Madhyakanda, are indeed streams of nectar, for they describe the extraordinary pastimes of how the Supreme Lord Narayan danced with the emotions and sentiments of his eternal consort, Sri Lakshmi Devi. Dressed as the Universal Mother, he taught the process of pure devotional service and satisfied everyone's desire by suckling them with breast milk. The Lord remained for 7 days in Chandrasekhar's house. The Lord was always enveloped in an extremely brilliant halo, much more powerful than the combined energies of the sun, moon, and lightning. The fortunate and righteous men, the pure devotees, could behold the Lord and his marvelous opulence. People who came to visit Chandrasekhar's house were blinded by this brilliant illumination and could not keep their eyes open. People started commenting, "What can be the cause that we cannot open our eyes in Chandrasekhar's house?" The Vaishnavas heard their comments and smiled inside, not revealing anything. Lord Chaitanya's supreme potency is such that no ordinary person can understand his transcendental activities with his devotees and associates. Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Nityananda Prabhu are my life and soul. I, Vrindavan Das, humbly offer this song at their lotus feet. Madhya Lila, Chapter 19. All glory is to Lord Vishvambar, the Lord of all the Vaishnava devotees. You bring the living entities back to your fold by giving them devotional service. The Lord performed his supramundane pastimes in Navadweep, hidden from the vision of gross materialists. He went to different devotees' homes and engaged in pleasurable pastimes with Nityananda, Gadadhar, and other associates. The Lord is the source of all spiritual ecstasy for the devotees, and in his association they see everything in relationship to Lord Krishna. They are completely oblivious to the phenomenal world, because they are engrossed in relishing the transcendental mellow of chanting the holy names of Krishna. They have no other business. Foremost amongst these intimate associates of the Lord is Advaita Acharya. His character is unfathomable, and only a few devotees know his transcendental position and how close he is to the Lord. Whenever Lord Chaitanya came out of his ecstatic trances, he would immediately render service to the assembled Vaishnavas, especially to Advaita Acharya. These dealings of the Lord were the cause of Advaita's constant discontent. His hurt feelings rumbled in his mind like an active volcano. He thought, "He is constantly deceiving me like a thief. He gives up his position and tries to stealthily catch my feet. I cannot match his strength, for he is supremely powerful, so he forcibly takes the dust from my feet. The only recourse I have is devotional service, because without spiritual realization, one cannot recognize the Supreme Lord Vishvambar as he is. People call me Adwaita the lion-hearted, and I become further deluded by this. This thief defeated Bhrigu Muni. I will gather about me hundreds of disciples like Bhrigu. Lord Chaitanya has appeared to explain the path of devotional service, and I will firmly oppose his instructions. Naturally, this will outrage him, and he will have to punish me, catching me by the hair. Preoccupied with these plans, Adwaita left Navadvip accompanied by Haridas Thakur. He came home and remembered all that he had planned, and he became obsessed by that one goal. He began to read and explain a book called Yoga Vashishta, which subscribed to the impersonalist thought and which was contradictory to the path of devotional service. He explained that according to Yoga Vashishta, the path of deductive knowledge or empiric speculation was the essence of self-realization. Without understanding the deductive path of knowledge, the path of devotion becomes impotent. Thus, empiric knowledge is the essence of everything. Many persons leave home to live in the forest, not understanding that this wealth of knowledge is there in the deductive path. The path of devotion to Lord Vishnu is like a mirror, and the path of deductive knowledge is compared to the eyes. What use does a blind man have for a mirror? I have thoroughly studied the different scriptures, and I have readily arrived at the conclusion that empiric knowledge is the ultimate goal. Haridas Thakur is more than familiar with the ways and nature of Adwaita Acharya, and when he heard the Acharya's attempt to explain everything in light of empiric knowledge, he merely laughed. Such is the transcendental characteristic of a pure devotee like Adwaita Acharya. Those who are righteous can easily understand his position, but the offensive fools are rejected. Lord Vishvambar, who is the most munificent Supreme Personality and who fulfills all desires, perceived in his heart Adwaita Acharya's desire. One day he was promenading the streets of Navadvip with Nityananda Prabhu, observing his own creation. Lord Brahma, the creator of this universe, was watching all these activities of the Lord and feeling very fortunate and elated, and he thought to himself, "The Supreme Lord is appreciating my artistry in engineering this creation." The two of them looked like two full moons sailing across the sky as they moved about with charming gracefulness. The residents of Navadvip could see them each according to his own devotion. The demigods were also surveying the movements of the two moon-like lords, but remained unseen to the human eyes, and they wondered in their minds. They were seeing two moons, and because of this they mistook their own heavenly abode as the earth, and the earth as the heavenly planet. They also erred that they were the earthly beings and the earthlings were the residents of heavenly planets. They began talking with each other about the mystery of the two moons. Someone said, "Two moons together were never permitted entry into the heavenly planets." Someone else said, "Let me tell you that one of them is the original moon and the other is his reflection." Yet another said, "The sun takes to the Father in all respects. So one is the Father moon and the other is his son, Mars." It is not in the least bit surprising that the demigods are bewildered by the Lord's beauty, for even the Vedas are inadequate to fully describe the Supreme Lord's extraordinarily charming looks. So the two lords moved about in Navadvip. Then Lord Vishvambar said to Lord Nityananda, "Let us go to Shantipur, to Adwaita Acharya's house." Both lords were always ready to engage in pleasurable pastimes, so they immediately headed for Adwaita Acharya's house. Almost halfway to Shantipur, they came across a village called Lalitpur, situated on the banks of the Ganga. There, in a hut by the river, lived a householder sannyas. Lord Vishvambar inquired from Nityananda Prabhu, "Please find out whose abode this is." Nityananda Prabhu replied, "Lord, this is a sannyasi's residence." Lord Vishvambar said, "If our fortune permits, we might see him. Let us go." Happily, they went in and offered obeisances to the sannyasi. The sannyasi was taken in by Lord Vishvambar's charming appearance, perfectly shaped limbs, and radiant smile. The sannyasi, being extremely pleased, blessed him, saying, "May you be blessed with wealth, fame, learning, and a beautiful wife." The Lord immediately replied, "Dear Sir Goswami, this is really not a blessing. Please tell me, may you receive Krishna's blessings." Such a blessing brings one to the platform of devotional service to Lord Vishnu and is eternal, inexhaustible, and infallible. It is not becoming of your position to bless me with these other materialistic advantages. With a false laugh, more out of displeasure than anything else, the sannyasi replied, "Now I have direct proof of the axiom I have heard so often, that if you try to do good to people, they will take it in a bad way. This is exactly the manner in which this young Brahmin has reacted. I was very pleased, and I wished him all success, but he turned my words around and even started blaming me." The sannyasi inquired, "Tell me, O young Brahmin, why do you fault my blessings? If a man is born into this world and has not enjoyed the company of an attractive woman, or has not collected sufficient wealth, then what is the use of his living? I was wishing you success in this kind of pleasurable life, but you are ashamed and reluctant to receive it well. You may be a devotee of Lord Vishnu, but how will you maintain yourself without earnings?" The Lord simply smiled at his words and placed his hand on his forehead in a gesture of sheer fatigue at the sannyasi's gross foolishness. The Lord utilized this situation to teach everyone that one should not ask for any blessings other than devotional service to the Supreme Lord. He said to the sannyasi, "Listen, O Goswami, whatever food we eat comes automatically due to our karma or as a result of our previous activities, whatever is destined for us. If people take birth for the sole purpose of family life with wife, children, and earnings, then why is he forced to leave everything at death? No one desires to be sick and ailing, so why do various diseases attack us and make us suffer? The reason for all this is karma. Everything is a result of our previous activities. Only the elevated and knowledgeable persons have full understanding about these facts. Some persons point out that the Vedas say that the final goal of human life is to be elevated to the heavenly planets. The real understanding of this Vedic injunction is that the Vedas have so enunciated out of extreme leniency towards the ignorant people. Materialistic and ignorant people are naturally inclined to a life of luxury and physical pleasures. So knowing this well, the Vedas have recommended accordingly. The Vedas are not to be blamed for this. The general mass of people think that by chanting God's name and taking ablutions in the Ganga, one acquires wealth and success in family life, and so they respect and take shelter of the Vedic injunctions. But the real result of such performance is that one quickly develops devotion to the Supreme Lord. And so the ignorant people who do not understand the purport of the Vedic injunctions reject the fruit that leads to devotional service to Krishna and endeavor after materialistic pleasures. Please consider well all these points, O Goswami, because there is no goal or activity superior to devotional service to Lord Krishna. Thus the Supreme Lord, the Supreme Instructor, aiming these instructions toward the whole world, spoke to the sannyasi and pointed out that devotional service to Lord Krishna is the ultimate purpose of the Vedas. All these instructions of Lord Vishvambar are indeed the absolute truth, and those whose hearts are contaminated due to sinful activities cannot receive them to heart. The householder sannyasi smiled and thought to himself, "This young Brahmin must have become a lunatic due to the effect of some mantra. It may also be that the person dressed as a sannyasi who is accompanying him has somehow mesmerized him." The sannyasi spoke out loud, "Finally it has happened. In front of a mere child, I suddenly know nothing. I have traveled around the world, Ayodhya, Mathura, Bhadragashram, Gujarat, Kashi, Vijayanagar, Ceylon, and to many other cities, and now I am not supposed to know any longer what is good and bad? I have to learn all this from a suckling baby?" Still smiling, Lord Nityananda replied, "Listen, Goshai, you don't have to unnecessarily argue with a mere child. I am well aware of your position and fame. Please just consider my proposal, as I am older, and forgive us for whatever has happened." Hearing his own praises being sung, the sannyasi became once again amiable and requested his guest to take food. Lord Nityananda said, We must leave right away, since more urgent business must be attended to, but you can pack some eatables for us, which we can eat after our bath on the way." The sannyasi insisted, "Take your bath here. Take your meal, and after a cooling rest, you can be on your way again." The two Supreme Personalities have descended to this mortal world for the sole purpose of delivering the most fallen souls, and so they spent time with the householder sannyasi. They washed away their weariness in the cooling waters of the Ganga and then returned to the sannyasi's dwelling. They offered some ripe mangoes, jackfruit, and milk to Lord Krishna, and then relished this Krishna prasadam in the presence of their pleased host. The sannyasi was following the left-handed school of Shakti worship, and they are used to consuming wine. The sannyasi indirectly made this known to Lord Nityananda. He said, "Listen, Shripad, shall I bring us some happiness? How often will I get guests like you?" Lord Nityananda, who has himself traveled widely and has seen much, understood that this sannyasi was addicted to drinking wine. The sannyasi repeated several times whether he should bring happiness or not, and Nityananda replied each time, "We must leave right now." The sannyasi's wife was sitting inside looking at the two lords, who she saw were more charming than Cupid. She stared at them as if in meditation. She corrected her husband, saying, "Why do you disturb them during eating?" Lord Vishvambara inquired aside, "Of what happiness is he speaking?" Lord Nityananda replied, "I think he means liquor." Lord Chaitanya immediately remembered Lord Vishnu and called out his name. Quickly rinsing his mouth and hands, they left the house. They walked to the riverside and jumped into the water of the Ganga and swam all the way to Shantipur to Advaita Acharya's house. The Lord shows his mercy to a licentious debauchee, but annihilates Vedantists if they are offensive to the devotees of the Lord and to the Lord himself. Although this so-called sannyasi used intoxication and intimately associated with women, still the Lord visited his dwelling. He conversed with the sannyasi and gave him instructions, rested and ate in his house. This sannyasi may not become fully purified in this life, but may have to wait for another birth. However, the agnostics who criticize the Lord and his devotees will never become eligible to receive the Lord's mercy. Even if one is a sannyasi, still that does not make him eligible to see or meet the Supreme Lord. This is evident from the incident which occurred in Varanasi with the sannyasis there. The last section of this book narrates that when Lord Chaitanya went to Kashi, many residents and some sannyasis heard the news of his arrival. The sannyasis were joyful to receive the news and were eager to meet him, since they had heard much about his exceptional characteristics. These sannyasis were all Vedantist impersonalists and were well versed in intellectual matters and in performing various austerities. As lifelong residents of Kashi, they were well respected. All their impressive qualifications were undermined by a single fault. They taught and explained the Vedanta, devoid of the science of devotion to Lord Vishnu. Lord Chaitanya is the supersoul within each individual's heart. He was aware of this, and although he visited Kashi, he did not give these sannyasis the opportunity to meet him. In Varanasi, he stayed at Ramachandra Puri's mat for 2 months without revealing his whereabouts, but spent most of his time in Chandrasekhar's house. He left Varanasi 2 days before the Vishvarup Shanra, the special shaving ceremony on the full moon day during Chaturmasya, followed by Mayavadi sannyasis. He left without public knowledge, and only later the sannyasis came to know that they had missed seeing him. The offense of criticizing the Lord or his devotee, even once, steals a man's proper intelligence. The sannyasis did not feel any remorse at not meeting the Lord. Further, they said, "We are all sannyasis. Why did he leave without first speaking to us? What was the reason he could not wait 2 days and perform the special shaving ceremony Vishvarup Chandra? By doing this, he has neglected the duties of his order." The intelligence of non-devotional people is spoiled in this manner, and Lord Shiva never accepts worship from such offenders. In fact, Lord Shiva, the Lord of Kashi, metes out punishment to such offenders of the Vaishnavas and takes away whatever little devotion they may have. Lord Gaurasundar has advented specifically to deliver all the fallen souls, with the exception of those who find fault in Vaishnav devotees of the Lord. Thus Lord Chaitanya ate and rested in a fallen sannyasi's home and avoided the company of the so-called learned Vedic sannyasis just to prove this point. One must be always careful to avoid the Lord's wrath. But those who flout the Lord will suffer eternal punishment in the hands of Yamaraj, the god of death. Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, Anantashesh, Kamala, the Universal Mother, are constantly engaged in glorifying the Supreme Lord Gaurasundar. Thus, if anyone is so unfortunate as not to be attracted by the sweet nectarian pastimes and qualities of Lord Chaitanya, then all his Vedic learning and austerities as a sannyasi are rendered useless. Happily, Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda proceeded towards Shantipur along the bank of the Ganga. As they walked, Lord Chaitanya loudly and repeatedly roared, "I am that person. Nada has awakened me from sleep and brought me here. He is, I believe, holding dissertations that camouflage the process of devotional service behind a facade of flowery words that present the speculative path of knowledge. Today I will punish him for this. Let the whole world see. I want everyone to see how he defends his bastion of speculative knowledge." While the Lord thunderously rumbled on in this manner, Lord Nityananda kept his silence, smiling in his mind. As Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda Prabhu swam in the waves of the Ganga, the author recalls to memory Lord Mukunda Narayan supine on Anantashesh, lying on the milk ocean. Advaita Acharya, a stalwart amongst the followers of Lord Chaitanya, could understand, due to his high devotional merits, that the Lord would react angrily to his presenting the theory of speculative philosophy. So when he realized that Chaitanya and Nityananda had come to Shantipur, he began to speak more vociferously on impersonalistic knowledge. How can one really fathom the devotional mood and activities of the pure devotees of the Lord? Lord Nityananda accompanied the irate Lord Chaitanya into Advaita's house. Advaita swayed in divine pleasure, playing out his part perfectly as an impersonalist. Haridas Thakur offered obeisances to the Lord, falling on the ground like a rod. Achyuta, Advaita's son, also offered his respectful obeisances. Advaita's wife, Sita Devi, offered obeisances to the Lord in her mind and felt very upset seeing the Lord's countenance. The Lord's face and expression aroused fear in everyone's heart. Rumbling with anger, the Lord said, "Hey, you Nada, tell me, which is superior, speculative knowledge or devotional service?" Advaita replied, "Speculative knowledge is always superior. For what is the use of devotional service if a person is devoid of impersonal knowledge?" As soon as these words entered his ears, Lord Chaitanya became inflamed and forgot his surroundings. He pulled Advaita out of his seat and dragged him out to the patio. There he threw him on the ground and struck him again and again. Advaita's wife, Sita Devi, is the Universal Mother who knows all these confidential topics, yet she could not restrain herself from trying to stop the Lord. "Stop, stop," she cried out. "He is just an old Brahmin. For whose benefit do you chastise him so heavily? He is so old that he may not survive your harsh behavior, and you will find it difficult to avoid the consequences of your actions." Lord Nityananda smiled at her words, and Haridas Thakur repeated Krishna's name in great fear. Lord Chaitanya was so angry that he did not even hear Sita Devi's words. Roaring like angry thunder, he spoke to Advaita. "I was gently relaxing on the milk ocean, and you interrupted my sleep, calling me to attend to your work. You engineered the propagation of devotional service, yet now you audaciously obscure the devotional process with your circumvent explanation of impersonalism. If you had already made up your mind to surreptitiously broadcast your speculative theories, then why did you take the trouble of revealing me to the world? I did not disregard your desires and wishes, but you have deceived me in all respects." At long last, Chaitanya stopped chastising Advaita and went to sit next to the doorway. He spoke loudly, revealing his real identity to all. He said, "O Nada, you know everything. Behold, I am the one who slew Kamsa. Shiva, Brahma, Anantashesh, and Lakshmi Devi are all constantly engaged in serving me. That impostor Vasudev met his end, vanquished by my disc weapon Sudarshan. That same disc reduced the entire city of Varanasi to ashes. My arrow found its mark and killed the great demon, King Ravana. My invincible Sudarshan severed the arms of Bana and destroyed the powerful demon Naraka. I lifted the Govardhan mountain with my left hand, and it is I who brought the heavenly Parijata flower to earth. I tricked King Bali out of his possessions, and then benedicted him for his mood of surrender. And I also vanquished the terrible demon king, Hiranyakashipu, to favor my devotee, Prahlad. As the Lord revealed his various pastimes, Advaita felt gradually submerged in an ocean of ecstatic bliss. Advaita was more than happy to receive his due punishment in this manner, and he clapped his hands and pranced in joy, feeling peace and humility within. He said, "My Lord, you have rightfully remonstrated me, and I am lucky to get away with so little. Now I am clear about your divine authority, and I am feeling the renewed strength in my relationship with you as your servant." Advaita danced around in ecstasy, and then creasing his eyebrows together, he prayed to the Lord. "Now, where are your flattering words about me? What has happened to all that deceit? I am not Durvas Muni that you can insult me, whose remnants of rice you had smeared on your body. Nor am I Bhrigu Muni, whose foot impression decorated your breast and is known as the famous Shrivats. My name is simply Advaita, your eternal and humble servant, and I am always hankering birth after birth to receive your remnants. And by the effect of your remnants, I am unscathed by the ravages of your illusory potency. The punishment is now over, so please give me the shelter of your lotus feet." Saying this, Advaita, the master of Shantipur, fell to the ground and placed his head on the Lord's lotus feet. Hastily and with due respect, Lord Vishvambar picked up Advaita on his lap as tears flooded the Lord's eyes, cascading down unrestrained. Lord Nityananda and Haridas Thakur were unable to contain their ecstatic emotions at the sight of such a display of divine devotional fervor, and tears flowed from their eyes in rivers. Sita Devi, Achyutananda, and the servants of the house were crying in intense joy. Advaita's whole house became immersed in love of Godhead. Lord Vishvambar now felt ashamed after having chastised Advaita so severely, and so he wanted to compensate by offering him a boon. He said, "If anyone so much as takes a little shelter at your feet, be he an insect, worm, animal, or bird, and even if he commits 1,000,000 offenses against me, I will still grant him my benediction." When Advaita heard this boon, he fell at the Lord's feet, and crying like a meek child, he said, "Whatever you have said, my Lord, is certainly true. Now please hear and grant me one favor. If anyone tries to follow and worship me, but does not serve your lotus feet, then let that so-called devotion to me vanquish him. I cannot accept anyone who does not serve you. He may be my son or servant, but I shall consider him a great offender and shall never see his face. I cannot accept anyone who does not serve you. He may be my son or servant, but I shall consider him a great offender and shall never see his face, because I cannot bear to see anyone neglect your lotus feet. Those who worship you automatically become my dearest friend. Sometimes one may supersede your worship and approach up to 1,000,000 demigods, but those demigods will never entertain him. Instead, they will surely squash him by some deception. All that I have said are not my own concoction, but are the verdict of the scriptures. The story of Sudakshina's death from the Puranas is the proof. Sudakshina was the son of the king of Kashi. A great devotee of Lord Shiva, he was always immersed in meditation on his Lord. Being satisfied with his worship, Lord Shiva appeared to him and said, "Ask for a boon, and I shall fulfill your heart's desire. Also, perform the special yajna of Abhichar in order to master extraordinary powers. But be very cautious that you do not belittle or offend any Vaishnav devotee of the Lord. If you do, you will be immolated. Sudakshina had no way of detecting the intention behind Lord Shiva's words, so he duly performed the abhichar sacrifice according to his Lord's instructions. Out of the sacrificial fire appeared a terrifying form, possessing 3 hands and legs and 3 heads, and stood towering over him. It said, "Ask for your boon." The prince replied, "Go and burn down the city of Dwarka." The giant creature became visibly sad and understood that the prince's order could never be fulfilled. He nevertheless went to Dwarka on his request, and upon his arrival, he was immediately attacked by the omnipresent and ever-watchful guard of Dwarka, the Sudarshan disk. No one can escape the wrath of Sudarshan, and so the giant submitted himself at the lotus feet of Sudarshan and said, "The powerful sage Durvas could not escape from you, and neither could you be contained by such great personalities as Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva. What can an insignificant person as myself do against such an exalted Vaishnava as you, Lord? I have no avenues of escape now, and you are free to do anything with me you like. All glories to you, my Lord, who is famous as Sudarshan. You are as powerful as my own Lord Sankar, and the abode of Lord Krishna. All glory to you, who possess the form of a disk, and is the best amongst the Vaishnav devotees. You instill fear in the hearts of the miscreants, and protect the pious." Sudarshan was appeased by the giant's prayers, and he told him to return to the prince who had sent him and destroy him by fire. The terrifying giant returned to the prince of Kashi and destroyed him. Sudakshina tried to override you, my lord, and tried to worship Lord Shiva with the yajna, but the result was that he met his death by this same sacrifice. Similarly, I say that those who approach me dismissing your lotus feet, I destroy them. You are everything to me. You are the Lord of my life, my most precious treasure, my father and my mother, my dearest friend. I cannot tolerate such offense at your lotus feet. There are many examples of this point in the scriptures. King Satyajit once met the sun god, and becoming attracted by his brilliance, personally began worshipping him. But then once he disobeyed your orders, and due to his offense, he and his brother were killed, and the sun god saw all this with satisfaction, since he had been very upset that Satyajit had disobeyed your instructions. Duryodhana was a disciple of Lord Balaram, but because he disregarded you, he and his entire race were eliminated. Hiranyakashipu became practically invincible by the boon of Lord Brahma, and this made him insolent and inimical towards you, so he also died along with his race of demons. The 10-headed Ravana was the most powerful king of his time, having received a boon from Lord Shiva. He was offensive to you and challenged you, so he and his entire family were vanquished. O Lord, you are the root cause and the supreme Lord of all the demigods. Everything and everyone, seen and unseen to human vision, is your servant. If one tries to worship the servant but disregards the Lord and Master himself, then the servant cannot tolerate this offense, so he makes a show of accepting the worshipper's worship, but finally he personally destroys him. Worshipping demigods like Lord Shiva directly without worshipping
Enam kan vandam
Bhagavatam Tamasitam Gunasundaram Kananda Prakopitam Visheshashvara Adipurusha Govinda Hari Purusha Namaham Bhajami Govinda Hari Purusha Namaham Bhajami Angani Yasna Sakale Priya Priti Manti Vasyanti Manti Kayanti Chiram Naganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya Govinda Adi Purusha Amaham Bhajami 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 Govinda
We have
Adi Purusha Amaham Bhajami Govinda 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 Adi Purusha Amaham Bhajami
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंदा श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंदा हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
जय ललिता विशाखा जय राधे श्याम ललिता विशाखा जय राधे श्याम
Jaya Lalita Vishaka Jaya Radhe Shyam Lalita Vishaka Jaya Radhe Shyam
जय कृष्ण बलराम कृष्ण बलराम जय कृष्ण बलराम
Jaya Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram
जय निताय गौरांग निताय गौरांग जय निताय गौरांग
Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jaya Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga
जय जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद
Jai Jai Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada
जय जय गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव
Jai Jai Gurudev 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 Jai Gurudev
निताय गौरा हरि बोल
Jai Gura Jai Gura
निताय गौर हरि बोल
Jai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
श्री श्री ललिता सखी विशाखा सखी राधा श्याम सुंदर की जय।
Jai,
आज की जय। श्री गुरुदेव की जय।
Jai. Thank you very much. I see you in the class in a few minutes. Hari Hari Bol, thank you all very much for being with us. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
We have a wonderful day full of peace.
Hare Krishna devotees. So now Srila Gurudev is going to give a class at ISKCON Cedar Park Temple. Link will be shared with you and we'll see you all there. And then tomorrow for the wonderful Japa and Deity worship with Srila Gurudev. Thank you so much for joining. Srila Gurudev ki jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. Vancha kalpataru.
पंचकल्पस्य कृपा सिंधुभ्य पतितानां वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः. Thank you so much, Pritimai Mataji, for such a nice kirtan.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.